From the newsroom at Castle Rexworth overlooking the Rexworth Estates, I bid you good morning, good afternoon, good evening, whatever you are, and whenever you are. My name is Rexworth, Lord Rexworth. I welcome you to our Thursday night stream. We're going to be doing some news, and then we're also going to be playing some Shenmue. But first, You can find all of my links available on my website, lordrexworth.com. That's lordrexworth.com. Do make sure you follow me over on Twitter. That's not a platform. Follow me on Twitter. Twitter.com/Lord Rexworth or x.com/Lord Rexworth. Castle Rexworth Discord is open. If you're over the age of 18, got some new sections in there devoted to news, politics, business, finance, philosophy, and faith. We are touching on all the things that people tell you should not talk about in polite dinner conversation. And then let's see. What else we got? There's the throne page. And there's where you can commission me. I've got my comms open. Neon Vortex, welcome in. Good to see you. Right, so let's get into it. Let us do the news. And we start with word that cancel culture has claimed a scalp. This time from Doge. A staffer has resigned over supposedly racist post. Apparently, they had a social media account that has been deleted that advocated for racism and eugenics. This is per the Wall Street Journal. Let me see here. People's Cube chime in. Yes. Auditing post online commentary is okay, but auditing government finances, how dare you? I'm trying to find what he actually said. Some people are asking if it's even true. Others saying, who even believes the Wall Street Journal at this point? They're probably getting USAID money too. In case you were wondering, this article appears to have started with the USAID-funded Wall Street Journal, and there's zero provided evidence that he said anything to support these claims. Most likely, Elon's attorneys will sue and win for defamation. Other people saying that's gay, bring him back, have a hard time believing anything the media has to say now. I saw it earlier, what he was, SQ8H, thank you for the follow. Not sure what happened to my alerts, but, there it is. Let me see if it's, okay, those are working over on Twitch. SQ, you must be following over on Kick. That might be why my normal alerts are not working the way they're supposed to. But anyway, thank you so much for the follow. Other people saying, wait 72 hours for the rest of the story to come out. Don't jump on this just yet. Yeah, I could have sworn I saw a post somewhere with whatever it was that he had allegedly said, but yeah, I guess it doesn't really matter. It's like, it's the fucking Wall Street Journal. Who even believes them anymore? Let's see. Historic tax relief for the middle class being proposed by the Trump administration, including eliminating taxes on tips, overtime pay, and senior Social Security income. Also proposed renewing the 2017 middle class tax cuts and adjusting the SALT cap. These proposals were discussed during a meeting with the House Republican leaders at the White House, emphasizing ending certain tax breaks for the wealthy to fund these reductions. Let's see. This here from the White House press secretary. Let's take a look at this.
Of the Trump administration that the president has laid out for members in that meeting today. No tax on tips, which is obviously a very public campaign promise that the president made. No tax on seniors' Social Security. no tax on overtime pay, renewing President Trump's 2017 middle-class tax cuts. Again, these are the president's priorities. Adjusting the SALT cap, eliminate all the special tax breaks for billionaire sports team owners, close the carried interest tax deduction loophole, tax cuts for Made in America products. This will be the largest tax cut in history for middle-class working Americans. The president is committed to working with Congress to get this done. So,
all right, well, there you have it. No taxes on tips. No taxes on senior social security. No tax on overtime pay. Renewing the middle-class tax cuts, adjusting the SALT cap. Eliminate all special tax breaks for billionaire sports teams owners. Not like they need those anyway. Close the carried interest tax deduction loophole. And if you have products made in America, you get a tax cut. I think that's pretty good stuff. I've never believed that Social Security should be taxed. You've already paid taxes into that. So why the double taxation then? That's just greed on the part of the government. And tips? Well, come on. If you're a really, really clever person who's working off of tips, yeah, you probably weren't declaring those on your taxes anyway, so it's like, okay, thanks for codifying into law what people weren't paying tax on anyway. Let's see here. Massive USAID staff cut proposed amid an abolition bill. USAID is undergoing significant changes with proposed reduction in staff from 14,000 to just 294, as announced by Secretary of State Marco Rubio. Concurrently, legislation has been introduced by Congressman Greg Steube to abolish USAID entirely, reflecting a broader pushback against its operations. This drastic reduction affects not only USAID's operational capacity, but also its international aid programs, such as support for media outlets like BBC, Media Action, which recently expressed concerns over funding cuts. 10% of the BBC's operating budget was being underwritten by USAID. Nearly 10%. It's absolutely ridiculous. It's bad enough that they're raking the British people over the coals with the licensing fees. And come to find out that wasn't even enough for them. Meanwhile, the president is ordering the termination of all media contracts funded by the General Services Administration, targeting outlets like Politico, the BBC, and Bloomberg. This move affects media subscriptions which were expensed by the GSA, sparking debates over government spending on media and the implications for media independence. These people aren't going to give him the fair coverage he wants. Well, he will reward his friends and punish his enemies. Moving on, because there's a lot here. The President has signed an executive order initiating a comprehensive audit of all non-governmental organizations that receive federal funding. The move aims to scrutinize how these funds are utilized, potentially in response to concerns over the management or distribution of federal dollars. The order has prompted reactions across social media, some users suggesting it addresses issues related to immigration facilitation and misuse of funds. Here's one from Nick Sauter. Biden gave billions to these NGOs to facilitate an invasion of our country, like the Red Cross, who is providing literal maps to help illegals get across the US-Mexico border. And now justice is coming. A Michigan congresswoman has undergone sterilization over abortion fears. Michigan State Representative Lori Pahutsky announced she underwent surgery to become voluntarily sterile, citing concerns over potential restrictions on abortion rights under a possible future Trump presidency. This decision was shared during a public speech where she discussed her fears of navigating a pregnancy under such political conditions. Is this going to become the new thing? Before, it was women bragging about their abortions and how many abortions they had. And now they're going to brag about how they sterilize themselves and do that for clout? She said just under 2 weeks ago I underwent surgery to ensure I would never have to navigate a pregnancy in Donald Trump's America. I refuse to let my body be treated as currency by an administration that only sees value in my ability to procreate. Again, file that under shit that did not happen. If you know people who are questioning how serious this is, I'm going to repeat myself. A sitting government official opted for voluntary sterilization because she was uncertain she would be able to access contraception in the future. Well, first of all, I'm going to press X to doubt that you actually did get sterilized. Second of all, even if you did, my god, what a colossally, titanically stupid thing to do. You've said you have sterilized yourself and rendered yourself unable to have children over something as short-sighted as politics. I mean, he's going to be gone in a couple of years anyway, so... Wow, you have really cut off your nose to spite your face. Then again, it's like... Oh. Rainbow flag. Nose ring. That SSRI look in her face. Good decision. She should not reproduce. Yeah, you know, maybe it's for the best. Yeah, sterilizing themselves to protest Donald Trump. This is mental illness. We don't really want you reproducing anyways. Alpha Fox tweeting, honestly, she just did a service to the country. Thank you. This one may be getting community noted here. Let me refresh. Foreign aid transparency lost. Global Affairs Canada database vanishes. Global Affairs Canada's public database detailing foreign aid spending has reportedly been removed or hidden from public access. The action has sparked widespread speculation and concern among citizens and observers about the transparency of government spending on international aid. No official statement from Global Affairs Canada has clarified the situation as of this report. Canada Proud tweeting this out about 6 hours ago. Suddenly wiped the entire public database of foreign aid spending. The data is no longer available to the public. And then that gets community noted, saying untrue, the link given is incorrect. And they give the correct link. So... don't know what happened there. Probably just another case of their websites being managed by strictly lowest bidder. Let's see, we got something here about the International Red Cross Humanitarian Bystander of the Year. Let's take a look.
When you've been away for a while, you want to be taken home by someone special. For those once-in-a-lifetime moments, we proudly introduce the Red Cross Ride Share app.
Red Ride for hostage? Am I saying that right? Hey, do you want a water or like the aux cable or anything?
It's about time. Where have you been? Why didn't you bring medicine? Humanitarian aid is sign of life to my family.
No, we don't do that anymore. We pivoted to just being a rideshare app. It's pretty cool.
Aren't you the Red Cross?
Yeah, we cross between Israel and Gaza. It's kind of our new thing.
What?
Simply download the app, book your ride, and we'll be there within
Yeah, they don't really
15
do
months.
anything.
Am I going to see my family now?
Of course, of course. We just need to make one teensy pit stop and go do a ceremony in front of a bunch of terrorists where you guys smile and wave and pretend like you're old friends from sleepaway camp. Is that cool?
Red Ride. We'll be with you the entire 200 meters of a ride literally anyone else could have driven.
All right, we're here. If you could just rate the experience, it really helps. And no pressure, but Hamas always gives 5 stars.
You.
Yep, probably deserve that.
Red Ride. It's like Uber, but with a Nobel Peace Prize.
הטלוויזיה של ישראל.
Okay, that was humorous. Really, really funny, except that it's true. Every single word. Let's see, the new Treasury Secretary, Scott Bessent, sitting down with Bloomberg News and setting the record straight on Doge. Let's have a listen.
There is widespread concern about the Doge team's access to sensitive payment systems. Are you worried at all that that access and that tinkering of the payment systems could affect the treasuries market or cause any disruption?
Good. Well, Saleha, thank you for asking me about that because there's a lot of misinformation out there. First of all, when you say the Doge team, these are Treasury employees. It is 2 Treasury employees, one of whom I personally interviewed in his final round. There is no tinkering with the system. They are on read-only. They are looking. They can make no changes. It is an operational program to suggest improvement. So we make 1.3 billion payments a year. And this is 2 employees who are working with a group of long-standing employees.
But the so-called mainstream media, they want so desperately to believe that Elon has been given control of who gets paid and who doesn't. And I think wasn't Bloomberg caught up in this whole USAID scandal? Wasn't it shown that they were getting some money from USAID? Probably worried about the gravy train getting stopped.
The letter that the Treasury Department sent earlier this week talked about how the team currently does not have access to change the system. Have they at any point this year had the ability to make changes?
Absolutely not. This is no different than you would have at a private company. And by the way, the ability to change the system sits over at the Federal Reserve. So it doesn't even lie in this building. So they could make suggestions on how to change the system, but we don't even run the system.
And if they ask for, if they request the ability to change the system, would you grant that?
No, again, they have no ability to change the system. I have no ability to grant that change. That they can make suggestions, then it would go to the Federal Reserve and just...
They want so badly for the idea of Elon being in control of the purse strings to be true. But what about this? But what about that? But, you know, what about in XYZ scenario? You know, or is it possible that maybe he has control of something there? And each time percentage is like, no. It's on read only. These people can advise, but they're not actually making decisions. These people are basically consultants. And we have the final say on whether or not we choose to follow their advice. Scullermans, thank you for the tier 1 5 months. How you doing? Thank you, thank you, thank you. Now she's trying to play this little game of gotcha. Where it's like, you know, but what about this? But what about that? he's not buying it, and good for him.
It's like any large ERP system. There would be tests, there would be this, there would be that, and then the Fed will determine whether these changes are robust or not.
As the Secretary of Treasury, you also oversee the IRS. Do you know what kind of access the team has to IRS data or individual taxpayer data?
Well, I'm glad you asked that too, because look,
Does Elon have access to taxpayer data? Hope you have a good one. Gonna drop a lurk because it's very, very late. Have a good one. Appreciate it, Skull. Thank you for the lurkies.
the IRS, the privacy issue is one of the biggest issues. And over the past 4 years, we've seen a lot of leaks out of there. The IRS systems are quite poor. When I started in college in 1980, I learned to program in COBOL. I think there are 12 different systems at the IRS that still run on COBOL, but as of now, there is no engagement at the IRS.
And if they request that access, would you sign off on that request?
They haven't, so...
You're not going to grant them access, are you?
We'll take that when it comes to it. I think there is a lot to do there, but the president was elected with a big agenda, and to the extent that getting the IRS in better shape is part of that, sure. Because look, with the IRS, what am I concerned about? I am concerned about collections, I'm concerned about privacy, and I'm concerned that the system is robust,
But do you
and
think,
customer service.
but do you think that if they
Customer service and government is practically a non-existent concept.
ask for access, that is something you would consider signing off on?
There are a lot of things I'd consider, but look, we're in the middle of the tax filing season.
You're not going to give them access, are you? Asking for the umpteenth time?
Right now, we even, with the government buyouts that expire at midnight tonight, we have mandated that the IRS customer-facing employees that they're not eligible for that until May 15th. So I don't imagine anything's going to go on at the IRS until then or beyond.
Elon Musk, just half an hour ago, tweeted out that Treasury needs to stop approving certain payments. Has your staff tried to block any payments here at Treasury?
We have not, and I'm glad you asked that too. And just to put in perspective, Elon and I are completely aligned in terms of cutting waste and increasing accountability.
Percent is actually, he's just cool as a cucumber. This journalist that he's talking to, she's like on the edge there, on the edge of a seat, practically. Like, she's about to lose her bloody mind. It is so amusing to watch the apoplectic meltdowns of people in the legacy media.
And transparency for the American people. I believe that this DOGE program in my adult life is one of the most important audits of government or changes to government structure we have seen. That when I was in my 20s, we had the Grace Report, and there's some great suggestions that came out of that, never implemented. Under Clinton and Gore, I think it was to government efficiency or reduce government. Nothing happened. So President Trump came in, there's a big agenda.
There's some report by an interdepartmental committee, and then nothing. That's usually what happens. For the longest time, that's what happened. Because nobody wanted to make any changes. Too many people had too many vested interests in the system staying exactly the way it was. And now it's a new day. People actually want to make changes. And you've got a lot of people who have benefited from having the snouts of the trough absolutely freaking the fuck out.
And I think that there are gigantic cost savings for the American people here. And I think it's unfortunate the way the media wants to lampoon what is going on. These are highly trained professionals. This is not some roving band going around doing things. This is methodical, and it is going to yield big savings.
I mean, it already has. Several multi-billion dollars. I think they're already up to like well over $1 trillion in potential savings. Something like that. I don't know. They're saving a lot of money. That's the important part. Oh. Let's see, Daily Caller. Video of Nancy Pelosi. Looks like the old battle axe is still recovering from hip surgery. My God, she's a decrepit old woman. And the shoes. Those are definitely old people's shoes. That's supposedly the best and brightest that the opposition can offer right now. Let's see, from Natalie Winters, inside the briefing room, mainstream media reporters genuinely triggered over President Trump deconstructing everything. They don't even know how to cover it. A glorious less than 60 seconds to watch. Let's watch this here.
Yes, well, I'm always honored to sit in that press briefing room and have a front row seat, not just to the press briefings, but more importantly to the resistance, which of course is, I think, the bedrock of it becoming more and more each day. The mainstream media, before we get into all the lawsuits, or I guess we should say the lawfare, I just want to give, I guess it's a little bit of an exclusive, put our audience inside the room as I was getting ready to come out here and do this hit. I have to say, it was really, I mean, from my perspective, a glorious feeling going on in that press briefing room, but every single mainstream media journalist looked so dejected. I was listening to their conversations. They're all so tired. They're like, I don't even know how to cover this. I think the quote of the day has to be...
Here's an idea. How about you cover it objectively and fairly for once in your miserable lives?
It's just all dismantling. It's dismantling everything. And I wanted to turn to him and say, well, yes, exactly, and that's what the American people elected President Trump to do. But in terms of pushing back against this dismantling, getting into the serious... Yes, well, I'm always honored to...
The epitome of a shock and awe merged with a blitzkrieg. Leftists were never smart. They were just so reliant on corruption and bribing and coercing to get their way. They never saw a wrecking ball like Trump coming. And by wrecking ball, I mean a man of will who truly had the best interest of America at heart. Love how the mainstream media is losing it and you have a front row seat to see it all. The smart ones would rebrand themselves and run with the new America. This is the way, a constant offensive blitz, never relent, just pound the issues down to the ground, and then ground and pound the issues until they're no longer a threat. They really don't understand how over it all is. Moving on to some international news. Semi-international anyway. The White Coat Waste Project. New investigation finds that a Chinese lab has been torturing 300 beagles a week with American taxpayer money. This one's a bit triggering, everyone. So, yeah, if you don't like news of cute, cuddly animals being tortured by bunch of Chinese mad scientists, this is probably not going to be the story for you. In early 2020, White Coat Waste first exposed and ended Dr. Anthony Fauci's reckless funding for gain-of-function animal tests in Wuhan that violated federal policy and likely infected COVID patient zero and sparked a pandemic. Now the CIA has joined other intelligence agencies, experts, and 7 in 10 Americans by admitting that the Wuhan animal lab likely caused COVID. Despite what happened in Wuhan, our recent Seen Red investigation uncovered how deadly dog testing and other animal experiments are still being funded by American tax dollars in dozens of Chinese laboratories. Now, never before seen documents obtained by WCW through the Freedom of Information Act reveal disturbing details of one of these active taxpayer-funded Chinese dog labs. Records show the National Institutes of Health and the Department of Defense have recently extended a contract for abusive and wasteful drug testing on 300 beagles weekly until the end of May 2025. The NIH is paying $124,000 and the DoD is kicking in an unspecified amount of taxpayer money. Documents details show puppies as young as 8 months old forced to endure traumatic procedures like repeatedly having tubes shoved down their throats to force feed them experimental drugs and be restrained for hours on end. Records show this taxpayer-funded contract is paying the Chinese lab to abuse 300 beagles per week for 91 weeks in this testing. The documents reveal how truly callous these whitecoats in China are. Why do they choose to torture beagles? Because of their best qualities, how lovable and cute they are. In their own words, the beagle dogs are docile, cute, and easy to domesticate, so it has been the best choice. These wasteful tax-funded puppy tests are allegedly being conducted to fulfill regulatory requirements, even though the FDA has stated clearly it does not mandate that human drugs be studied on dogs. The records also exposed another $108,000 wasted for deadly drug tests on an estimated 100,000 mice and rats. In all, we have uncovered at least 26 animal laboratories in China that have active approvals to receive taxpayer dollars from the NIH, DoD, and other government agencies. Some of these animal labs are controlled by the Chinese Communist Party and linked to the Chinese military. The question is this how you want your money spent? Moving on, we've got this video from the Citizen Free Press, Socialists Making You Pay for Other People's Stuff. Let's see what this mad woman has to say.
This is the craziest thing I've ever seen in my entire life. You ready? This is our electric bill for 1 month. We live in the beautiful state of Connecticut. Our total supply that we used for the month was $236.71.
That should be the actual utility bill.
$87.01. The local delivery, I don't know how the fuck they deliver it, but we have to pay for it. It's $175.16. And then we have a thing called public benefits. So this is the people who can't pay for their electric bill. And we pay for it. It's $227.76. So I am paying to keep somebody else's lights on. Excuse me, what? Make it make sense. I'm gonna show you the crazy.
That's just it. It doesn't. It doesn't make sense. And she's right to be pissed off. This is madness. The wealthiest, most powerful citizens in the world, we should be getting the best in basic public services for next to nothing, but we have political leaders who are incapable of making that happen. The trend will be less and less payers and more freeloaders until the entire system collapses. Makes sense to the people benefiting from it. They don't care about people like you, only the ones that are and stay dependent. They said to use LED bulbs and save on electricity, so we did and cut the usage in half. But the electric bills doubled and then doubled again. They said opt into the solar grid to save. No thank you, now the company has to reimburse $300 a month, but they overcharge those accounts. It's all lies. So, yeah, there's your top tip for the night, chat. Don't live in Connecticut. Washington Free Beacon watchdog sues West Point for withholding records about its false claims against Pete Hegseth. West Point falsely told ProPublica that Hegseth was never accepted into the academy. A watchdog group sued the U.S. military academy at West Point on Tuesday for allegedly withholding public records related to false claims the school made to the press regarding Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth's ties to the academy. The Center to Advance Security in America, a national security watchdog group, said West Point is stonewalling its Freedom of Information Act request for records that shed light on why the school falsely told a left-wing news outlet in December that Hegseth was never accepted to attend the academy in 1999. A West Point spokesman told ProPublica that the school was absolutely 100% confident that Hegseth would never even apply to the academy. But that was false. Hegseth posted his West Point acceptance letter to X on December 11th, forcing West Point to admit it gave an incorrect statement to ProPublica. The Center to Advance Security in America said it filed its records request to determine whether West Point attempted to deceive the public with its initial statements to ProPublica. Nearly 60 days have passed since it filed that request, but the group said Tuesday West Point has not provided any records within the time period required by law. The group said in its lawsuit Tuesday, immediate judicial review is warranted to force West Point into fulfilling its document request. The center's director, James Fitzpatrick, telling the Washington Free Beacon the American people deserve transparency from government officials, especially those using their positions to influence the confirmation process of a cabinet appointee. CASA is filing this lawsuit to force West Point to release the records and communications related to the interactions between its employees, ProPublica, and any other media outlet regarding the Academy's denial of Secretary Hegseth's acceptance in 1999, particularly if these communications involved any attempts of deceit of the public. They're seeking all communications from the West Point Public Affairs Office about Hegseth's acceptance into the Academy to a variety of news outlets including ProPublica, the New York Times, the Washington Post, CNN, and the Associated Press. West Point distributed false information about Hegseth's ties to the Academy amid a media feeding frenzy into anonymously sourced allegations that the then nominee was an alcoholic, abused women, and engaged in financial mismanagement in his prior roles at Fox News and the Concerned Veterans for America nonprofit group. Hegseth denied all the allegations, which he called a coordinated smear campaign, and he was confirmed as Defense Secretary by a 51-50 vote on January 24th. And of course, West Point did not immediately return a request for comment. These are the sorts of tactics that the left uses against the right. It's only fair that the right does it right back to them. It's ridiculous that this sort of behavior would go on at West Point of all places. But then again, there's a lot of institutions in America and the West that have been captured. Let's see, a new one from Katie Hopkins, the antidote to batshit bonkers Britain, amazing America. Let's see what she has to say.
Okay, you've got batshit bonkers Britain. I thought we'd give it a go for amazing America, because America is winning so hard right now. First up, Trump gets rid of men in women's sport. He rips up all of the trans nonsense and says no more. Only biological females can compete.
And he's not the only one. We'll get to that in just a moment.
And there's this gorgeous picture of him surrounded by young girls who will now have the opportunity to compete in a fair manner against each other in sport.
Yeah, I have to wonder how many times men wanting to compete in women's sports was just a cynical attempt by them to compete on a playing field that they thought they could win because they couldn't hack it in the men's leagues.
It's just glorious to see. In other news, America will not be attending the G20 because they are no longer willing to do the performative politics of going along with the agenda that's being laid out, and until white people stop being targeted by black gangs in South Africa. And
G20 is supposed to be going on in South Africa, and the Secretary of State Marco Rubio just said, "Yeah, we're not going. We're not going to do that. Not until you do something about the new form of apartheid that has emerged in South Africa. With the murder of white farmers and just the targeted systemic racism against white people in South Africa. It's unacceptable, and so yeah, not going to be wasting our time here."
Having their land taken from them, expropriation without compensation, America will not participate in the G20. This is precisely the kind of action that we need, and America has pulled out of the World Health Organization. Without American money, it can't function. And now over in Argentina, the gorgeous Milei says he's going to pull as well. America is winning so hard, it hurts. It is amazing America.
There's a lot of victories, a lot of things that are worth celebrating. The fight, however, is not over. So let us not become complacent by any means, because there is still a lot of work to do, and the war is not over. But yes, good one from Katie Hopkins. Give that one a like. Let me see here. Let's see something from Senator Marsha Blackburn. She has said she has repeatedly requested a subpoena for the Epstein flight logs from the FBI. And she is now saying that as FBI Director, Kash Patel will work with Senator Blackburn to release the Epstein files. And it's about bloody time. Let us hope they are successful in that. And let's see, Katie was talking about this earlier, but the executive order has been signed keeping men out of women's sports. And this is from the White House.
I fought for her. And I fought for her.
I fought for her.
For her. For her. For her.
I fought for her. For her. We fought for her.
And President Trump has fought for all of us.
For us.
He fights for us.
Fought for us.
President Trump fought for me. For us.
For us.
For us. For us. For us.
I'm so grateful that President Trump has fought for us.
I fought.
Notice how there's not any forced diversity with this video. Any other administration, they would be saying, we have to have X number of certain people from this demographic group and X number of people from this other demographic group, and everything has to align just right, the lighting has to be just perfect. And they're just like, no, the people who were in attendance, we're going to make a short video. It's going to be quick, we'll get it edited, and we're going to get it out in 24 hours or less. Love it. Absolutely love it. Check a few tabs here, chat, just to make absolutely certain. Yeah. I have to be careful with some of these to make sure that I don't making sure that I don't dox myself. Okay. check on a few other things here. Skip that one. Still here. Appreciate that, Neon. Thank you so much. Right, so it's not just the president taking action on this. Headline from the Washington Times today: the NCAA has banned trans athletes from women's sports following the executive order. The NCAA voted Thursday to ban male-born students from women's sports, retreating on years of transgender inclusion just one day after the president signed an executive order on female scholastic sports. NCAA President Charlie Baker said the updated transgender participation policy passed by the Board of Governors limits competition in women's sports to student athletes assigned female at birth only, though it allows male-born students to practice with women's teams. Mr. Baker said in a statement, "We strongly believe that clear, consistent, uniform eligibility standards would best serve today's student athletes instead of a patchwork of conflicting state laws and court decisions. To that end, President Trump's order provides a clear national standard. The NCAA policy takes effect immediately, applies to all athletes, including transgender students cleared to compete in women's sports under the previous policy." Let's see here. Close this out. Oh, interesting bit here from the Hollywood Reporter. The final flicker of cable news as we know it. MSNBC is getting spun out, CNN is restructuring, and the Murdochs are launching a streamer. But can any of them survive the slow death of TV news? At a moment when the news cycle is moving at a breakneck pace, top cable news executives are grappling with uncomfortable reality. The future of the business has never been more uncertain. As one veteran executive argues, it's more likely than not, by the end of President Donald Trump's term, CNN, MSNBC, and yes, even Fox News will have new ownership as the power structures that have defined media for the past 4 decades break down. MSNBC is already set to be spun off from Comcast and NBC Universal, joining sister channel CNBC at SpinCo. What an interesting name. A cable-focused venture to be led by Mark Lazarus. And at Warner Brothers Discovery, a restructuring has placed CNN into a global linear networks division, seemingly destined for future deal-making. Even Fox News, with its relative financial and rating strength, is not immune from speculation. Rupert Murdoch, who effectively controls Fox through an irrevocable family trust, has been trying to amend that trust to give his son and Fox CEO Lachlan Murdoch control. Should that legal effort fail, multiple Wall Street sources believe Murdoch would engage in sale talks or work with Lachlan to figure out a way to buy out his siblings, thus avoiding a succession-style public battle for the family empire. Lightshed Partners Rich Greenfield wrote in a note in December, "We believe there's near 0% chance Rupert wants to leave planet Earth with the future of the assets he spent his life building left in limbo. If Lachlan's unable to cement control through a buyout, we suspect Rupert would look to sell Fox's assets." It's not hard to understand why the cable news business is seemingly on the edge of a precipice, despite the fact that there's more news than ever with a president who is an avid viewer and has stacked his cabinet with TV veterans. As CNN CEO Mark Thompson told staff on January 23rd, there are profound and irreversible shifts in the way consumers get their news, and the product needs to reflect that. That's putting it mildly. I think this only really came into public realization with the election. Before, the media was able to gaslight everyone into believing they were still in control. And now we've seen they have just completely lost that control. Damn it, what's wrong, Neon? What's the matter? The shifts are even more stark when looking at the troubled economics of cable TV. By now, everyone knows the challenges that cord cutting has wrought, with younger consumers largely opting not to pay for television and instead spending their dollars on streaming platforms. My dad won't shut up about something we were talking about earlier. Oh. Well, that's pedants for you. And while cable news channels suck up a higher percentage of cable's declining viewership, MSNBC viewership has increased 57% and Fox News by 50% during the past decade, despite 33% fewer pay TV households, for example. The business challenges remain stark. The finances of cable news channels have traditionally been obscured, buried within larger divisions of their parent companies. They do that because news is quite often a money loser. It used to be, back in the days of when you only had about 3 or 4 channels to choose, in America at least, that news was something that networks were forced to do as a public service. So, you know, naturally it's not going to be one of those things that sells a lot. Naturally, it's not going to be one of those things that that really attracts a lot of eyeballs compared to, you know, primetime television. But it was deemed to be necessary as a public service. So they did it anyway. Now, organizations in other countries like the BBC, they didn't have to worry about that. They had to obviously set programming that people would watch, of course. But people paid for the BBC with licensing fees. And so it was one of those things that the entire network was viewed as a public service, in effect. Hi, Lord Rexy Wexy. Hello, Boop the Awesomest. Welcome in. What was the name of the 4th television channel in the UK? You had the BBC 1 and 2. You had ITV. I think it's whatever Channel 4 ended up being. Talking about how Elon's getting slammed online for being smarter than people. I responded to the fact he's actually getting slammed because he did a certain salute. And now he won't shut up about how it wasn't that. Well, it wasn't that, Neon. It's one of those things that's been taken out of context and twisted by the media. They would love to have a scandal, but even the ADL looked at that and said, yeah, that ain't it, Chief. Walked out of the room so I didn't start an argument with him when he said that. You know, that's probably just for the best, Leon. There's some people that want to believe so badly that he threw up the old Roman there. But, yeah, no, that's not what he did. Channel 4 is the name of the 4th UK television channel. Makes sense. That's what I figured. The more you know. Anyways, let's keep going. A recent defamation lawsuit against CNN, however, brought those finances, or at least a partial version of them, into the open. According to the data disclosed at trial, revenue at CNN fell from $2.2 billion in 2021 to $1.8 billion in 2023. And while profits remain robust, those two are slipping fast. Gosh, can't imagine why. CNN earned net income of $600 million in 2021, $400 million in 2023. So they lost $200 million over the course of 2 years. A CNN spokesperson says the numbers represent the plaintiff's interpretation of a subset of data as presented in litigation, and they do not represent financial data for the whole of CNN's business. Oh, really? The finances will be different at MSNBC and at Fox News, especially at Fox, which has far higher subscriber fees and substantially more viewers, but the overall trend lines are still driven by the fortunes of pay TV, and that pain is being felt everywhere. CNN's decision to cut some 200 jobs in January is just the latest example. All of this is reflected in the new normal for tenant deals. Ah, good, we're getting to this. According to multiple sources, some like Rachel Maddow are now signing new contracts for less money, or in other cases, new deals without a pay increase, such as CNN's Wolf Blitzer and MSNBC's Jonathan Lemire. Yeah, that's... In my time in radio, that was... we had it even earlier than what was going on in television, where people were taking cuts, furloughs, or they were just either getting laid off or their contracts were being bought out and they were basically getting paid not to work for a little while. I had to take a small pay cut for a little while, actually for a couple of years, before it was finally restored. But, you know, even then I just sort of took it as a sign that, yeah, need to go back to school, need to finish university, and just need to get out of this business because there's no future here. I saw what was coming on the horizon with streaming, and to a certain degree with podcasting. That was going to be... We've known for years now that it's the new thing, and now it's here. People are listening to podcasts for in-depth interviews on subject matter and for authentic conversations with real people who talk like real people. And they're not watching linear television networks to get their news. Most of the time they're watching non-linear on-demand programming, though there is still a place for linear programming. Elon Musk is a strange man. I don't know, he's a billionaire, and, well, he's too similar to Mark Zuckerberg, that guy, the guy everyone thinks is a lizard alien. Yes, he's quite the shifty one, that Zuckerberg. He's now apparently started working out and growing his hair out and getting a tan, and I think when he had Dana White over to his house, he made sure to have all the American flags on prominent display. I heard him talking with Tucker Carlson about that on Tucker's podcast, and I'm just like, this guy's one of the richest men in the world. You know he can hire interior decorators to convey a certain image, right? I mean, this is the same one that I think hired interior decorators to put up certain books on bookshelves that he probably had never even read, just to make himself look smarter than the average bear. Basically, the company's poor, so they can't pay the workers. Yeah. No one's watching CNN. No one's watching MSNBC. They're barely watching Fox News. And we're seen with outfits like Right Side Broadcasting Network, One America News Network, that they, and even over in Britain with GB News, that you can have a 24/7 news network that can do... You can do a lot with less resources. You know, GB News, I watch them from time to time, and they basically have just the one studio with a few different camera angles. They change up some of their digital displays for the different shows that they have, but it's basically one studio where you've got the news desk, you may have a video wall, and then you've got the sit-down sofa and chairs, breakfast show type interview set up off to the side. And that's it. The rest of it is all newsroom, and even that looks fairly small in comparison. I've been in my share of large newsrooms. That looks a bit cozy. But it keeps the cost down, because you don't need these massive operations anymore to get what you need to do a proper news broadcast. Bay Nightshade, hello, hello. What's the craziness happening now? Oh, we're just watching the slow death of broadcast news. Most people get their news from YouTube now. Yeah, YouTube, from X, and occasionally from actual news sites, like a few that I get my news from. There's Revolver News, a Citizen Free Press. Let's see if I need some business news. I may turn to some place like Zero Hedge. But yeah, most of the time I'm checking Twitter, or maybe checking a few of these news feeds. But that's about it. And maybe seeing if there's anything available to watch on YouTube about it. And plus, YouTube is good too, because you have live feeds from international news networks now that run on YouTube 24/7. I believe you can. I know you can get GB News. You've got, I think, Fox Local or Fox Now for breaking news. You've got, gosh, what else? News Nation, I believe, has a 24/7 feed. It does appear that NHK World over in Japan is at least stepping in the direction of putting up their live feed on YouTube. I think the only thing that's holding them back right now is copyright concerns. Have you heard of ground news? I've been seeing it everywhere. I actually have ground news on my phone. That's another source of news and information that I have. It's a very handy app, and if you are an absolute news junkie, that you want to have something that's fully customizable, then yeah, it might be worth paying the monthly fee for it. But that's up to you and to your finances as far as that goes. But even the free version is still quite handy, because it gives you. I like how it summarizes things. It gives you some bullet points that you can sort of get your news quick and figure out, what's the main points of all of this without having to scroll through a whole bunch of writing. Only reason why I watch the news station is during tornado season. Yes, okay, now that is a very good point. But I think that is probably the one thing that would keep me from completely getting rid of a television in my house, or even throwing away a radio that can pick up local stations, is that I know the channels in my area that I can turn to get the latest information on severe weather. I mean, yeah, the weather apps are all well and good. I will give you that. That said, it does help to have a backup source, because power outages happen. You can lose the internet. If a cell phone tower gets knocked down in your area, then you're going to be without cellular data service. Then, yeah, it helps to have backup analog sources. Programmer Lizzie, thank you for the 2 months tier 1. 2 months already. Time flies under the Orange Man. Indeed it does. No one ever has beef with the Weather Channel. Audrey Norfolk, welcome in. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, it's I don't know. Even they started to get a bit political with the whole global warming nonsense after a while. But I think they've cooler heads have prevailed, especially after NBC Universal sold them off, and I think at one point they were disowned by IBM or something like that. But yeah, now that they're back to being a more independent outlet, they've it seems like the programming has been a lot less biased, and it's just like, yeah, let's just focus on the weather, and let's, in prime time we can do severe weather documentaries. It's sort of like the murder porn and investigation discovery this is their response to it. It's like, yeah, let's show natural disasters. Let's show documentaries about hurricanes and tornadoes and earthquakes and, you know, all these and typhoons and other nasty things. And yeah, people eat it up, and it's informative, and that's actually fairly decent programming, I must say. We used to not watch it at all, but then we started getting messages from family and friends in different states, so we rushed to find a good news thing and saw there was a tornado coming this way. That year we had 60k worth of damage. My gosh. That's some expensive damage there. So yeah, we watch now for weather. No, perfectly fair. And that is something that I tell you, no matter where you are in the world, have yourself, at the very least, if not a television, because depending on where you are in the world, they may have licensing fees. I know in Japan you have to have a special access card for your television to even work. But at least have like a portable radio or something, like one of those little emergency wind-up radios that you can supply, you know, power right then and there. You don't have to worry about constantly swapping out the batteries, and that will give you access somewhere to some sort of up-to-date information on the weather in your area. It's always good to have that. I think there's still no weather radios that can be found for cheap, for like $20 on Amazon or something like that. Don't quote me on that, though. You best look it up for yourself, do your own homework on that bit. Try to watch independent weather people on YouTube from my area instead of watching the mainstream weather channels. You know, that's a fair point, Lizzie. There's that is, I think, a growing content niche is the storm chasers, and live streaming, especially on platforms like YouTube and Twitch, they're the perfect avenues to do that sort of thing. Some of these people are rank amateurs. Some of these people are, you know, licensed and accredited meteorologists and people who study that sort of thing for a living. But yes, fascinating programming, and yeah, it's just another option out there. It's a choice. It's another choice, and more choices, I think, are always a good thing when it comes to programming. For so long, so many people in so many parts of the world have been limited to very few choices. And I think that was intentional for a long time because people did not want the competition. But now we have nothing but competition to where anyone with a phone and a data connection can turn on an app and start live streaming. And in effect, you're not just a content creator, you're not just an entertainer, but you're a citizen journalist. And we need more of those. I was in the middle of Hurricane Helene. The mainstream weather channels here really downplayed how bad it was actually going to be. My God. That is, that's unacceptable. That in another time and place, the FCC would have come down hard on something like that. Because when you're talking hurricanes, lives are in the balance. I mean, when you're talking about any natural disaster, not just hurricanes, tornadoes, earthquakes, people's lives are in the balance. I don't think there's any sort of way to... There really should not be any sort of downplaying. It's one of those times where I think it is perfectly acceptable to, get sensationalist if you have to. Still others opted to abandon their respective channels after being presented with new deals that offered sharply slashed salaries, with Fox's Neil Cavuto and CNN's Chris Wallace among the high-profile examples. Yeah, Chris Wallace was supposed to be the headliner for CNN's new all-digital service, which I think crashed and burned within a week or two. Neil Cavuto has been on Fox News since inception. He was there from day one. So yeah, but it's the new reality of things that people are just not watching these networks like they used to. So naturally, there's not going to be as much money. And, you know, when you're at a network for as long as someone like Kavuto has been, then it's going to be hard to keep topping that. But not only that, Kavuto, I think, has had some health problems. I know he's got multiple sclerosis. He's been battling that for years. So it's, I mean, that sort of thing's only going to get more expensive to treat as time goes on. So yeah, he's got to do what's best for him, career-wise, for his family, and also for his finances. Because at the end of the day, these people have lives that they have to pay for as well. My mum said she was watching the YouTube weather when it happened. She said she and my dad were watching it when they saw the signs, and they had to do a double take going, oh, hey, isn't that the exit to get to phase out? Oh, no! And right after they were rewatching it to see was when I called them as we were in the streets clearing out the debris from a neighborhood. So yeah, YouTube is really good. I can believe that. I can believe that. Yeah, it's amazing what you can do now. Technology has evolved so much to where we really can do more with a lot less now. Not to make the weather of all things political, but this is just one of the areas FEMA just abandoned. So it sure seems like they, alongside the weather channels, wanted us to be unprepared. Wonder why? Coughs in heavy red county. Yeah, that wouldn't surprise me. It's disgusting that FEMA would do something like that. But it's also unsurprising that a lot of the so-called mainstream media, including the weather channels, would just go along like that. But then again, so many of these are not really journalistic outlets, but more propaganda outlets than anything else, as we've seen with the numbers coming out of who got what from USAID. Ben Bogardus, an associate professor and chair of the journalism department at Quinnipiac University, said, I think that what the networks are looking at is the way we had been doing things was wonderful for us, but it's gone and it's never coming back. Younger generations, especially get the news and information online, they enjoy the podcast model, that's what we were saying before, where they hear the unfiltered views of people in a long-form interview, or they like the short clips of real people on social media. Yeah, there's very little in between. They either want the long-form interview or they want the short clip. And media, I think, is stuck in this sort of purgatory spot of we can only go so long and then we've got to go to a commercial break. And then we come back and we've either got to move on to the next segment or we've got even less time and then, we're out of time, we've got to go to a break. So whereas you don't really have to worry about that so much with like the long-form interview podcast. Yes, there's still going to be commercial breaks, but they're tolerable, and unlike the so-called mainstream networks, you're not going to get 5 minutes of ads from drug companies. That my parents on the East Coast sort of happened when I'm in the Midwest, 3,000 miles away. It's incredible how we've all just been brought together. It's incredible. The amount of choice that you would have had to pay a fortune for all of these different news networks and sources of information in, 20, 30 years ago. And now I can pull up tabs of news networks and news sources from all over the world. I can pull up everything, and a lot of it in the English language. There's all of these useful international sources that just you literally have the world at your fingertips. It's incredible. It's incredible when you think about it. The local weather channel here is ABC News, who I'm pretty sure was found to have been paid by the Biden administration. Would not surprise me in the least. Would not surprise me in the least, along with ABC, CBS, and everyone else. I mean, the media had commercial breaks during the presidential election. I get there's dead times, but they couldn't even keep a live vote tracker up for some commercials. Yeah, and it didn't really used to be that way. I mean, for a long time, presidential debates would be like an hour, and it would be commercial free, because networks would expect it to just do this sort of public service. But if you've been in the business long enough like I have, you also know that they do strategically use commercial breaks to sort of break up the momentum of one candidate or the other. Much like sport teams would use a timeout. If one team is sort of running away with things, running away with the game, the other team will call a timeout, sort of break up the momentum. Yet a British man would have had to pay a huge fee just to watch the British 15 years ago. I would, just to get something like the BBC World Service. And nowadays I can access both Sky News and GB News just by switching over to their YouTube feeds. I can also see France 24 and NHK World. I can even watch live programming from Moscow with Russia Today. There's just additional news available from Channel News Asia in Singapore. There's so many choices now, and a lot of those same choices have a lot of on-demand programming that some of it's actually rather interesting. A lot of it is kind of meh, but still interesting. The reality is not lost on cable news channels, which are already beginning to pivot accordingly. Thompson has prioritized vertical video at CNN, while at MSNBC a flurry of podcasts, many of them produced or hosted by Maddow, have found significant audiences. So they've cut Rachel Maddow's pay, and they're also making her do more work. But that's really going over well with Maddow. Sources at multiple outlets say there's interest in inking deals with podcasters and other digital native hosts, either in the form of outright acquisitions or content partnerships. Yeah, expect to see more of that, of people who were once independent getting co-opted by the major networks. But I would say to a lot of those independent creators, don't take the ticket. Don't cash that check, because there's strings attached to it. You get into bed with these so-called mainstream networks, they will throttle you, they will try to control you, and you will kill your career. You will absolutely kill your career. These are people trying to head you off at the pass and try to keep you contained so that you don't get any more out of their control than you already are. And I would say to all of them, don't take the ticket, no matter what they offer you. It's not worth it. It's not worth it sacrificing your creative control like that. I used to watch RT News before YouTube banned them. I think RT may be back on YouTube, but you can still watch through their website. But yeah, I thought that was really shitty when they did that. That was just... I hated that. Cut her pay, still like $15 million a year. Yeah, Rachel Maddow's doing alright for herself. My kids think it's crazy when I say we had to wait to see if international news come over to us. Not when, if. And they asked, what about YouTube? And I'm like, I'm older than Google, so yeah, no, that wasn't a thing when I was little. That was not a thing when I was a wee lad either. I still remember the days when there was no internet. And yeah, it was, you either watched what was available over the air, got cable, or picked up some newspapers or went over to a newsstand somewhere, or, check your public library to get all of that. You had to work for that stuff. I hate to sound like an old boomer, but, the kids these days, they really do have it a lot easier, and they do have access to a lot more information at their fingertips. But I'm not necessarily saying that's a bad thing. I'm saying that's a really good thing, because when something happens over on the other side of the world, we know about it over on this side of the world, oftentimes within minutes. And that's just incredible how far we have come in 30, 35 years of having the internet being so widespread and easily available. The podcast revolution is already finding its way to the legacy TV product in aesthetic form, not function. After Cavuto left Fox, the channel gave his time slot to Will Kane, who also hosts a podcast for the company. His afternoon show features a signature podcast style per Fox, with a microphone on the desk in front of him, and a format familiar to anyone who watches talk shows on platforms like YouTube or Spotify. I mean, Cavuto was probably one of the last vestiges of business news on Fox News. It would make sense then that they would started to say, okay, business news, you can go over to Fox Business for that. For actual news, hard news, and politics, you come over to Fox News. It is in some ways a Back to the Future moment for cable, where lower-cost radio simulcasts used to fill otherwise undesirable hours. That is true. I remember seeing something about that in a museum, where they had, what was at the time in the 1940s and 1950s in America, they had a television set that had a radio built in, and they also had a stackable turntable. And if you had all of that, well, you had a full stereo system. You know, that was considered, you were a person of means if you could afford all of that in one singular unit there in your living room. And that was one thing I noted, was that in the early days of television, during the daytime hours, when not a lot of people were watching, this is long before they had, you know, things like the daytime game shows and soap operas and the like, that very often you had companies that not only owned a television station, but they also owned the radio station. And so what they would do for certain hours is that they would just have a test pattern up on the screen, and they would just play the radio for a few hours. They would play their radio station. And so that's what, if people had the television on during those hours, which not a lot of people did, but those who did, well, you just listen to the radio instead. We barely had internet because it was either receive phone calls or internet, and my parents owned a bed and breakfast, so the phone had to be connected most of the time. I remember that. Dial-up internet, that is, gosh, those were... Man. That was back when you had to work for it to get on the internet. And even then, it was not always a guarantee that you would be able to keep the connection. Yeah, wow. How far we have come. The mainstream news sites, even sites like Fox News, suffer for being personality-driven and not news-driven. Sure, people enjoy hearing people glaze about their preferred candidate, but when they try to report real news, they still feel the need to push their personalities and ideologies onto it instead of just being upfront. I suppose so, but then again, I think the idea of truly unbiased news is just... A lot of people have just kind of woken up to the reality that's sort of an impossibility. As long as you got human beings involved with it, there's going to be certain agendas and certain biases. Still, people try as best they can to be fair, at least some do. Yeah, I don't know. But I do agree, a lot of it is personality-driven these days. But you sort of have to in order to sell your content. So much of it is based around a personality. I mean, I could just try to sell that I do the news, but that's not really what draws people to this particular type of live streaming. People are drawn to my content primarily because of my personality. You know, something about it resonates with them. Which, yeah, thank God for that. Otherwise I'd really be wasting my time. Let's see. Before Morning Joe, for example, MSNBC simulcasted Don Imus's radio program. I remember those days. Now the format is seeping into far more lucrative time slots. Across the board, news executives are scrambling to figure out how news fits into the streaming future that's taking shape across the rest of media, subsuming entertainment and now even sports. Thompson told staffers that his channel's objective is to shift CNN's gravity toward platforms and products where the audience themselves are shifting. What that looks like remains somewhat opaque, though. Thompson said it will include a new CNN streaming service. They're going to try that, old Chestnut again. And lifestyle-focused subscription offerings to complement its digital news report. I don't know if that's going to sell. You're going to have to offer... You're going to have to give it away for free. People are not going to pay to watch CNN. I'm sorry. They're not going to pay a subscription service. Maybe if it comes as part of a Warner Brothers Discovery type streaming service. But CNN by itself? No. No chance. Drawn to your British accent. Well, I suppose that does have a certain selling point. Fox, meanwhile, is in many ways still ahead of the game, having launched its Fox Nation streaming service in 2018. Still, that service, geared towards superfans, still has only about 2 million subscribers as of a year ago, and its content lineup is heavy on entertainment fare. Now it's decided to take the biggest leap of them all. On the 4th of February, Fox said it would launch a streaming service by the end of 2025, one that would include sports and, yes, Fox News programming. Lachlan Murdoch said his company is still committed to the pay TV bundle, but added, "We do want to reach consumers wherever they are, and there's a large population, obviously, that are now outside of the traditional cable bundle." Which some of these networks have been offering their networks on streaming. However, for so long you've had to have a cable package. You had to be able to prove that you had some sort of cable login in order to watch CNN or Fox News or whatever. And it's ridiculous. Just let people pay a la carte for that sort of thing. Executives at the company have long maintained they could flip a switch and start streaming Fox News' full lineup. Oh yes. No, it has existed for years now. Probably close to 10 years now. But the company will now need to grapple with the same questions facing ESPN, which will make its full programming lineup available via streaming later this year. How do you take one of the most lucrative wholesale products of all time and price it for retail consumers without destroying the business? When every pay TV consumer is paying for every channel, a company like ESPN or Fox News can make billions annually. But if you have a product that appeals only to fans of the brand, pricing and retention strategy becomes a much bigger problem to solve. And at MSNBC, the spin-off could end up being a saving grace. Until now, MSNBC's streaming strategy has centered on Peacock, NBC Universal streaming service. But freed from that corporate structure, MSNBC can figure out its own path forward in streaming, whether that be a licensing deal or a direct consumer offering like its sister channel CNBC has developed for its smaller, more niche audience. Now, something like that works with CNBC because you've got a lot of business people that are flipping back and forth constantly between CNBC and Bloomberg. The clock, however, is ticking. Regardless says, "I think they're saying, yeah, we're making money now, but in 10 years we're not going to be making more money than we are now. So how can we get ahead of the game? How can we make sure that in the next 10 years we aren't losing 100% of our audience as more and more American life does move to social platforms and online and user-generated content?" Well, here's an idea. Offer your programs, stream your programs on those social platforms. No, I mean, really. I think some people would not mind the idea of CNBC or Fox News, or even to a certain extent ESPN, having their streams going out live on X. Which, I mean, I can show you some examples of networks that are taking advantage of this. Like, here's my Twitter page. And some of these that I follow, I mean, yeah, you got the Alex Jones network. Then you've got nearly 34,000 people watching on a Thursday night. But then you've also got networks like One America News.
Gulf of Mexico as of Friday.
And they've got the Tipping Point program going on right now. In addition to people who are hosting spaces, and of course you can also, I've also got VTubers. So I've got Alex Jones and One America News, and I've got Pipkin Pippa listed here, and then a few other people that are also streaming, like Felix Rex, Black Pigeon Speaks. No relation, by the way. Despite the anxiety permeating newsroom, there remain pockets of optimism. Fox News has, since the election, garnered some 70% of the cable news audience, drawing numbers more comparable to broadcast television networks. It's an astonishing feat in an era of cord cutting. Fox burnt off the cable news competition. Those numbers give it a runway to figure out a digital path forward that MSNBC and CNN may not have. And Fox's strong balance sheet also lends itself to being a buyer of digital programs or platforms. With Murdoch telling Wall Street analysts last November, Fox will engage in thoughtful M&A. I hope they will be very, very thoughtful, because most M&A deals do not end up working out. Most mergers and acquisitions end up failing over the long run. But it is undeniable, yes. Fox does have the ability. They can buy themselves a lot more time. MSNBC and CNN, their ratings are in the toilet. They are running out of time. Fox could flip a switch and have their feed on X, with commercials and everything, probably tomorrow. And I think it would just launch them into the stratosphere in terms of eyeballs, in terms of just making the numbers on their balance sheet look even better. MSNBC and CNN they've got programming problems. A lot of people just don't want to listen to what they have to say. They don't have a message that sells to their American audiences. And it is getting near the midnight hour to the point where I just don't know how much longer they're going to last. But anyways, we're about an hour and 45 minutes into stream here. I am going to save all of this and dump the rest of these links into the Castle Rexworth Discord under news and also under business and finance. So if you're not part of the Castle Rexworth Discord, there's the link there in the Twitch chat. So for now, we will call it a night on the news, and we will instead open up Steam, and we will fire up Shenmue. Let me make some changes here. Go. Settings have been updated. Do game capture here. Yeah. Brilliant. Alright. Grab the Xbox controller here. And we will continue on. Our last foray in Shenmue. We'd gotten ourselves a job at the harbour, driving a forklift. Oh, and we're having ourselves another strange dream again. This time dreaming of the Phoenix Mirror. Is this the ending? Did you beat it? No, not quite, Hap, but welcome in. No, it's a brand new day. 20th of December 1986, few days before Christmas. And we are back to work, trying to figure out where the Mad Angels are. But first, we're gonna have ourselves a race.
Good morning, everyone. Cheers! 今日も恒例のレースをやるぞ。みんな腕を磨くんだぞ。いつもの通り3周勝負だ。準備はいいな。You ready? よし、そろそろスタートするぞ。Ready, go!
Let's do this. Passing number 4. Into the first hairpin turn. Round Chicago, then the Hammerhead. Oh, wait, wrong track. Oh no! Overshot it, ran in number 3. And then got left behind nearly by number 4. But we recover. We've recovered nicely. Now we're going to take a shortcut here. Ah! Drift King, yeah, I need some Yodo beat. Let's see if I've got a cassette for that. Can we pass number 3? Yes, we can. No, no you don't. Ah! Damn it. Oh, come on. Come on, come on, come on. Oh, I wish I had nitro. I wish I had some sort of boost. That is not the type of harbour we run, though. Oh, dear. No, there's the opportunity, and we take it, and we pass number 3. And we're up to the final lap. Holding steady in the middle. Trying desperately to catch up to number 2. Come on. Slowly but surely, gradually catching up. Can we overtake? Can we overtake in the corner? No. But we can here. And it looks like we're going to finish in second place as we go across the line. That's alright, we already had forklift number 1, we're just adding forklift 2.
今日もよろしくな、りょう。ああ、よろしく。今日は荷物を第3倉庫に運んでくれ。マップはこれだ。ノルマを忘れるなよ。わかった。じゃあ、よろしくな。
Warehouse number 3. Let's see. Check the map. Let's give this route a try. It's the most direct route. But stay on the left side. And there we go, number 3. Just like that. We go to get more crates. I was talking about this in the last stream, but actually a fairly good paying job to be a licensed forklift operator. Certainly worse ways of making a living. This will be the shortest and most direct route. Yeah, not a bad way to make a living. So perhaps you're fresh out of university or recent high school graduate, or maybe you just need some sort of career change. Consider operating a forklift for a living. May not be as easy as they make it out to be in Shenmue, but it does seem ever so fun. And hey, there's still something to be said for having fun with what you do for a living. The route is repetitive, but it is stable. There's really something to be said for that sort of stability. You have to keep your wits about you, but it's still possible to still possible to put a lot of things on autopilot. Making good progress. Touch wood. Nearly at the 11:30 mark. Breaking for lunch soon. Hello, Lord Rexworth. Hello, Action Bastard. How are you? How goes the Shenmue? Goes rather well. Happy to report I'm gainfully employed as a forklift operator still. Met quota the other day, so got myself a raise. How many people can brag that they got a raise on their first day? Might be exhausted and charred, yeah. Glad you had a busy day, but hey, it's over with now. You can rest, relax, and with any luck, tomorrow will be a better day. Oi! Get out of the way, you moron! Absolute muppet. Running two departments simultaneously, having to close both sucks. Just have you have the next 2 days off. Hey, that's something. Your weekend is here. We can get this one over before the lunch horn sounds. Just in time. Hey, look at that. I'm having lunch with my colleagues. You see the link to Swan I posted in the Discord. I'm not sure if I did. I'll have to check it out, actually.
マーク、了か。ああ、仕事はもう慣れたか。まあ、なんとか。そうか、期待してるぜ、亮。ああ、頑張れよ。
Damn right I will.
亮、お前、兄弟はいるのか。いや、俺はもう家族はいないんだ。ああ、そうなのか。沼久保さん。いや、葉月くんだっけ。はい。昨日マークさんを助けたんだって。助けたなんて。港は荒っぽい人が多いから葉月くんみたいな人がいてくれると心強いよ。いえ、それほどでもないです。午後は2時からの作業だ。遅れるな。ああ。
2-hour lunch. Mighty generous of them.
竹内さん。葉月くん、もう弁当食べ終わったのか。ええ。アルファ貿易は昼飯好きだから助かるよ。竹内さんはどうして港でバイトを。いや、それがね、勤めてた会社が倒産しちゃってな。そうなんですか。子供もまだ小さいから頑張んないとね。大変ですね。
Scramble to find work.
村上。おお、葉月、どうだ仕事は。ああ、なんとかな。そっか。レースって楽しみもあるしな。そうだな。近藤さん、なんか用？いつからこのバイト？俺もまだ日は浅いよ。思ってたよりしんどいね。いつまで続けられるやら。そうですか。
Driving a forklift. Not that hard. Challenging, but I think it sort of begs the question, how hard can it be?
すいません。なんじゃ？マッドエンジェルスのことを聞きたいんです。なぜそんなこと？それは関われば災いを招くので。
Yes, yes, I know the trouble.
奴らについて何か知りませんか？ここ数年で成長した組織でな。中国の大きな組織と手を結び、横須賀を牛耳ろうとしている。
These amateurs, I'd imagine,
中国
pretty
の
difficult.
組織とこ
Maybe
の
so.
港には奴らの息のかかった者が大勢いる。あまり他人に気を許さぬことじゃ。奴らのことで他にはあまり深く関わらん方がよかろう。
Okay, yes, I'm not going to get involved with them, but I'm going to take them out in...
残された家族はどうなる？
Yes,
でも
not really
俺は
issue.
関われば災いを招くのでな。わしもこれ以上は勘弁してもらおうかの。
What a good you are. Try and gather info about the Mad Angels we're working with. Dogs, backed by a Chinese cartel. Fine, fine, I won't get involved. Cross his fingers behind back. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, that is the essence of Shenmue 1 and 2. Everybody telling him, Rio, you're wasting your time. Don't go getting revenge. It's not worth it. Blah, blah, blah. And he's just... single-minded focus. He's not going to entertain any sort of anything less than a quest for vengeance.
マッドエンジェルスについて何か知らないかな。変なことに巻き込む。俺は何？
All right.
すいません。すまないけど、また来た時聞いてよ。
Oh, forgive me. Didn't mean to interrupt your smoke break.
ちょっといいですか？悪いですけど、別の人に聞いてもらえますか？すいません。
はい。マッドエンジェルスについて何か知ってます？マッドエンジェルス？あいつらか。知ってるんですか？うん。あいつらうるせえんだな。海にゴミとか捨てんだよ、もう。おかげで魚逃げちゃうんだよ。そうですか。
Okay. Well, there's that.
悪いけど今仕事中でさ、話してる暇ないんだ。監督がうるさくてよ。
Oh, yes.
わかりました。
Supervisor, yeah. Face sucks. Sorry. Someone has to know something.
今休憩中。ごめんなさい。相手できない。
Don't have the time. You're on your lunch break, man. But then again, I get it. Yeah, you want to decompress a bit. That's
すい
fair.
ません。マッドエンジェルスについて何か知りませんか？知らないね。私、忙しい。また来てね。
The security guard knows anything.
ちょっといいですか？
急いで行くところがあるんで、
Are you there? Again, that privilege of being able to decompress some lunch must be nice, lol. Yeah. Well, there's something with their graffiti on it. Presumably that's the hideout.
すいません。
はい。
マッドエンジェルスについて何か知りませんか？
マッドエンジェルス？聞いたことがないな。
わかりました。
You sure about that? Alright, whatever.
すいません。マッドエンジェルスのこと何か知りませんか？
え？何のこと？
港の作業員を仕切ってるって聞いたんですけど。
ああ、あの人たちのこと。
何か知ってるんですか？
知らないわよ、あんな人たちのこと。怖いから誰も近づかないようにしてるのよ。
そうですか。
あなたもやめときなさい。じゃあね。
もうこんな時間か。
Back to work.
第三倉庫か。よし。
Get that money, mate. Get that money, mate. Get that money, get that money, get that money, mate. Baltazar the Insane, welcome in. Oh look, it's the biker guy from Sega All-Stars Racing. What's up, yo? Welcome in. Oh, get out of the way, old man. If I remember right, Rio does make an appearance in All-Stars Racing. Starts out with the motorcycle, but I think he's also got this mode where he's in an outrun cabinet. At one point I think it turns into a space Harrier cabinet. Forklift certified, I see. I've had a little practice. Not bad for day number 2. It would be kind of funny if you could get Forklift certified in this. They send you the certification in the mail. It would be rather cool. It does seem like the sort of thing that you, Suzuki, would come up with. I do know that for a brief period, I think it was his game Ferrari F355 Challenge, that was actually used by racing drivers on the Ferrari team to train for different types of racing. I think it might have been the Le Mans team. Brother, that would be crazy. Matter of fact, I remember a JonTron video where he got boats certified from an old Flush game. Interesting. I suppose anything's possible, really. Let's see if I can dig it up. Yeah. Anime Uwu, thank you for the follow. Wait, Assetto Corsa. I know quite a few racing teams use that game to train on certain tracks. Yeah, this was an old one that Yu Suzuki, the creator of Shenmue, came up with. Long time ago. I think it was called Ferrari F355 Challenge. This was long before even, like, Gran Turismo came out. But yeah, it was noted for being so realistic that Ferrari drivers would use that as part of their training whenever they weren't actually behind the wheel of a car IRL. It's pretty cool. It's like a first of its kind. What the? Oh, no.
Hey, you! Schoolboy!
お前ら
You! こんなところで何してる?
I'm working, idiots. Get out of the way.
子供がいじったら dangerous! 危ないね!
どけ
Dangerous. Abunai ne. Nihongo Jozu.
Whoa, いいタクシーね. Nice cab. うちまで送ってください.
Hey, you,
You got that,
schoolboy. Bruh.
勝手にしろ
Also, speaking of racing, I think Nissan used Gran Turismo to train the drivers. Yes, that is true. You know, the Gran Turismo film was based on something like that. I believe so. Ah, dear, this lot again.
いい加減にしろ. Joke 違うね. Schoolboy.
お前ら何の真似だ
It's showtime!
You're done with your decorative English there? Right, let's fight. Ah, great. These arseholes again? Alright. It's showtime, brother. The English in this is hilarious. Yes, it is. Real tough talk from someone who needs backup dancers.
マッドエンジェルスはどこにいるんだ？
あいつら17番倉庫の奥にいるよ。
17番倉庫。
Warehouse number 17.
倉庫の裏側あたりだ。
本当だな。
疑うなら自分で行ってみるな。
Yes, we might just do that. Starting off in an odd spot. I'm probably safe as far as quota goes, but I still want to get all of those crates put in. I will be personally a little bit bothered by that if we can't quite make it. Back in the forklift we go, yeah. Oh, it's busy, it's busy. That's what I'm starting to notice as I'm hitting traffic. Really have to worry about that on day one. Busier part of the harbour now. And other forklifts and people are something we do have to contend with now. Top speed here, trying to anyway. Trying not to run into anyone or anything for that matter. Don't have to worry about it being neat and tidy, we just have to get it in the square. Somehow. Even if it is a bit crooked. Why is your itinerary so late? I had dead weight in my cargo, a lot of it. Didn't make it. Didn't get them all done. Damn.
Hey, お疲れさん。ほら、今日のバイト代だ。
どうも。
あんちゃん、
But we did meet quota. Another yen. 400 yen per crate, not bad. Is it weird that whenever I see someone in a forklift, my brain rot kicks in my head? I just think about that Eggman meme taunting Sonic about being forklift certified. It must be wild. Oh, hey. Forklift driving is, it is quite the job. Meet up behind warehouse number 17. True, I mean, you've seen the competition videos, right? Yeah, you showed those, I did watch that. That was interesting. And it did remind me of, some of the safety competitions when I worked in public transport. Sort of the same spirit. Right, more fighting. Let's do this. Damn it. Try again. That did it. Yeah, sure you won't. Now that we've cleaned up the harbour trash.
No problem.
No problem, my ass. Get down for the count, mate.
Mark は弟を探していたのか。
たった一人の弟。リョウと同じ年頃だ。だが今はもうマッドエンジェルスの手で海の底かもしれない。
マークの弟はマッ
In
ドエ
the
ンジェル
pair
ス。
of concrete boots, eh?
重要な情報を漏らすというミスを犯したらしい。
それで奴らに。
多分。だが俺が調べた限り消されたのは一人だけだ。
それじゃあまだ。
消されたのは情報を聞いたやつか漏らした弟か。そうだ、リョウ。弟の情報は奴らとチャイニーズマフィアとの取引のことらしい。
チャイニーズマフィア。私有門か。
brother may have been killed after leaking some important info. But what info? The info was the Mad Angels were making a deal with the Chi-Yo men. If I follow them, they'll lead me to the Chi-Yo men. You know what that reminds me of? Kung Pao. Alright then, end of day. Let's see if... Will the game allow us to go home?
No.
It's not going to allow me to go home. Not yet.
すいません。マッドエンジェルスの奴らを見かけたことありますか？
マッドエンジェルス見たことはないんだが、夜17番倉庫あたりに集まってるらしいね。
そうですか。
Wow, 17, right. Went and posted the Eggman Forklift meme in Discord for y'all. Oh, well, thank you, Balthazar. By the way, pardon my chewing, chat. I've got some Japanese candy and snacks. A very dear friend of mine was kind enough to send a, I believe it was a Sakurako Japanese snack box. And since then I've sort of had a sweet tooth for more Japanese candy, so went to a specialty shop earlier today when I had a bit of a long break and got myself some more Japanese snacks, including a few new ones I hadn't tried yet. Hey, free candy, yeah. Yes, Ninon VT, she sent that to me as sort of a belated Christmas present. It was very kind of her. Japanese candy, nice. Also, the chewing isn't audible to me, so you're good. Ah, alright then. Okay, so... the overhead illumination has come on. Safe to say, it is night time at the harbour. So... maybe we will be able to gain some sort of access. No. That reminds me, I need to find a way to adjust the noise suppression thing on my OBS. Been noticing my audio cutting out when I get louder. Huh. Yeah, I might be a bit too aggressive on the higher end. The only thing you really want to try and cut down on is maybe the low-end noise. I might just have to do a little jiggery-pokery with the filters then. I need to work on the bitrate for stream. I have noticed it keeps saying that the video appears unstable on Twitch and sometimes also on YouTube. Hopefully it's that easy, yeah. Finding the right bitrate has proven to be a bit of a challenge. I know, I may need to consult with an expert as somebody who's a bit more experienced on that. I know they're not going to let me through here.
ああ、ちょっと許可がないのに入っちゃダメだ。さあ、出て出て。
Chewing right now on some these are called gummy fettuccine, and they are a grape flavor, almost like a little kind of sour gummy strip of that's grape flavored, somewhat similar to Sour Patch Kids or something like that, if that gives you any idea. But it's actually not really all that sour. Actually, hardly sour at all. I was going to say, is it pasta flavored or does it just look like fettuccine? It does look like, it looks like a grape flavored fettuccine with sugar dusted all over it. It's a small little pouch, so I can't exactly go overboard with it. I think it's, yeah, maximum calories is 170, so not too bad. Been sipping on some Mitsuya cider and also some Ramune.
港でマッドエンジェルスを見たことないかな。見たことねえよ。
Never seen them. Okay. Well, we can keep running around in circles here, hoping that a cutscene gets triggered. Or, I've got a better idea, chat. Why don't we roam about the harbour a bit more, see if something else can happen. I haven't had ramen in forever, I should get some. It's good to try some of the other flavours. Like, earlier today I had an orange flavoured ramen. That was actually rather good. So often I tend to get just like the regular ramen flavour or the melon flavour. And those are good, but there's so many other flavours to choose from these days.
すいません。港にマッドエンジェルスって奴らがいるって聞いたんですが。ああ、あいつらだな。知ってるんですか？ああいつらうるせえんだな。海にゴミとか捨てやがって。まったく 特に最近夜うるさいしさ。静かにしてほしいよ。そうですか。
俺にかい？
マッドエンジェルスの奴らについて何か知っていますか？
あっちへ行った行った。
そうですか。
So friendly, so polite.
おじいさん。
おお、お主か。どうじゃ、精進しとるか？
え
え。よし。ほんじゃ次は応用を教えといてやるかの。
応用？影見のですか？
面倒じゃから一度しかやらん。よく見ておけ。この間教えた時は相手の背後に回り込むだけじゃったが、今度は回り込んだ後、相手の首に手刀を落とす。無防備の首は予想以上に脆いからの。力の加減に気をつけることじゃ。回り込んだ後、
He's right, an unprotected neck is dangerous.
よく練習しとくとよかろ
う。わかりました。
That's why at the founding of the United States, the Marine Corps would wear collars made out of leather. And they would be known as leathernecks. And that leather would provide some protection, especially when they were dealing with the Barbary pirates. Now we wait for the bus. Hopefully I won't have to take a taxi to get home. Ah, there it is. Any of the shops open? I mean, I doubt it, but that's closed. Everything's closed. Wait a minute, that's still open. What's Santa doing there? Well, it's December 20th in the game, so it's going to be, yeah, it's close to Christmas time. Really, he's just sort of a promotional cheerleader of sorts. Apparently, he's a marathon runner that puts on the Santa costume. He's just like, ah, ho ho ho, Merry Christmas, and by the way, have you eaten over at such and such restaurant? Break fire! Yeah, we're buying this. We got plenty of money.
これをください。はい、ありがとうございます。それはとある柔術家が残した技らしいんですが、難しすぎて会得できる人がいなかったらしいですな。
Good to know.
そろそろ閉めるみたいだな。出るか。
Yes, yes, and I need to get home. I know.
Harasaki.
あ、葉月くん。
どうかしたのか？
ちょっと考え事してて、久しぶりに母から電話があったのに、ちょっと口論になっちゃって。
Oh dear.
そうか。Harasakiのお母さんって。
Her mum's over in Canada.
うん、まだバンクーバーよ。
Ah,
心
Vancouver.
配性のくせに放任主義なんだから。ええ。
Harasaki。
葉月くん、お花見なきゃいけないから。また。
あ、じゃあな。
She's a sweet girl, that Nozomi. Perhaps another life, her and Rio. We've got married, started a family. I mean, you can tell just by the way she looks at him. She loves that boy. Yep, cat's gone. Yes, I know, it's late. We're here, we're at the house. Jesus. And Ine-san, I don't want to hear any moaning or griping or complaining or whinging. But a long, hard day. Working man now. So don't give me a hard time when I'm first getting my foot in the door. Home at last, yeah. Alright. Let's sleep and go to the next day. Alright. New day. Third day on the job. Time for another forklift race.
Good morning, everyone. Cheers! 今日も恒例のレースをやるぞ。みんな腕を磨くんだぞ。いつもの通り3周勝負だ。準備はいいな。You ready? よし、そろそろスタートするぞ。Ready, go!
Go a maximum 32 kph. Ah, no! Caught in the corner. fairly certain we can catch up to number 1 here. Cut that corner and make some good gains. Alright. White flag is out. This is the final lap. How cool would it be to be able to race forklifts with Daytona USA livery? Like have Rio's forklift be look like the Hornet. Bone Vic, thank you for the follow. Ha! First place!
Finish!
Hell yeah! Another one of these.
この調子で仕事も頑張ってくれな。今日もよろしくな、亮。
ああ、よろしく。
この荷物を18番倉庫に運ぶんだ。これがルートマップだ。今日のノルマはこのマップに書いてある。
わかった。
じゃあ頼んだぞ。
May have been a mistake to come this way. I have returned, my people. Welcome back, Baptism. Ah, yes, this is much smoother. Oh, there they are. Look, where are the crates? I think this is a better route. It's not as many twists and turns, more direct. It'll be a little bit longer though. That's alright. think IRL would never get away with having a forklift race before work. Definitely seems like something OSHA would want to have a word about. Move it, number 8. Move it, move it, move it. You too, number 6. Get out of the way. These drivers really do like blocking traffic. Yes, they do. Certain points where it does get busy. Oh, God. Move it! Reminds me of a few places I know. Yeah, same. Reminds me of my commute to work on the days that I do go into the office. Oh boy, here we go again. Yeah, nobody said the NPCs in these old games were the smartest. It's like, do you even perceive breakfast, mate? So inconsiderate, I know. Seriously, to have to walk in the middle of the... I think, though, we've made quota, though. We have made quota. So now the purple grape gummies, and now I'm going to try the white grape.
いいよ。
いいからいいから、はい、並んで取るわよ。二人とももっとくっついてにっこり。
God, that old Polaroid.
そうそう取るわよ。どっちがいい？はずき。
Hmm. Let's let Nozomi keep the right one.
これにするよ。
じゃあそれは葉月、こっちはのぞみりね。大事にするのよ。
なんだあいつ。
私カナダに行くことにしたわ。
え？
So it's settled.
いろいろ考えたの。でも。
わかった。いろいろ考えて決めたなら、それを貫け。
葉月くん、無茶しないでね。
ああ、わかってる。
私これ大切にする。葉月くんもそれ大切にして。
ああ。
休みになったら帰ってくるから。
わかった。
じゃあね、葉月くん。
原崎。
No, wait, Nozomi. Doesn't have to be this way. That's the one thing that will eternally frustrate me about a lot of Japanese content. Is they never just come out and say, I love you, let's get married. Or if they do, it's only after this massive build-up. She looks content, meanwhile he looks like someone kicked him in the shin during the photo taking. Yeah, he's not one to want to pose for photos.
すいません。ちょっといいですか？ちょっと急いでるんで、後にしてもらえますか？そうですか。
Of course, that is sort of a man thing. A lot of us men, we don't like posing photos if we don't think we'd take very good photos. I personally hate the idea of taking a selfie.
仕事慣れたか？隅にだけは落とすなよ。お前の賃金より高いんだからよ。
I've tried taking selfies before and they look dreadful. Damn, my guy Rio could use a chiropractor, a massage, and a hot shower because God damn, is my guy stiff as a brick. Loosen up. Yeah, he's making me wound up a bit tight, can't he?
Tom. Hey, Rio. ちょっと聞きたいことがあるんだ。マッドエンジェルスがどこにいるか知らないか？
I don't know. Rio, 噂で聞いたよ。マッドエンジェルスを探してるって。
奴らに会わなきゃならない。理由があるんだ。
No. 関わらない方がいいよ。
もし奴らのことで何か知ってるなら教えてくれ。
Sorry. 本当に知らないね。
そうか。
Let's see if... If we go over towards Warehouse 17... Move it, cat. Will anything be triggered by us wandering over here? Nope. My god, the English is something. Yes, the decorative English. I've stated this before in other streams, but I do believe that the voice actor who voiced Tom, the gentleman who runs the hot dog stand, I believe they use the same voice actor in both the Japanese and the English dub, as they sound very similar. Something being the operative word.
すいません。
なんだい？
最近マッドエンジェルスの奴らを見たことありますか？
マッドエンジェルスなんて、あいつらは悪い噂しか聞かないね。まったく困った連中だよ。
いつ頃見たんですか？
先週だったかな。帰りが遅くなった時にバイクで走り回ってたな。
バイクですか？
ああ、やかましいったらありゃしないよ。まあ日が暮れたらあいつらが来る前に帰った方がいいよ。
After sunset. Bikers gather at night, is that them? Interesting.
すいません。
俺にかい？
マッドエンジェルスの奴ら見ませんでした。
そういうことなら現場監督が詳しいぜ。
わかりました。
Yeah, I already talked to him.
もうこんな時間か。18番倉庫か。よし。
Alright, back at it. Girl jogger today. It's the lad who's running around rather, but today it is the girl. Move out of the way. I think they set them up to walk right in the middle of the path just so they don't have a collision with any other objects or walls. Keeps them looking natural that way. Must have many of these that we can get into the warehouse before 5 o'clock. I think we'll do alright. It's fairly easy to make quota in this game. Yeah, we haven't been wasting any time. Traffic aside, we have been going at a good clip. So, I think we're going to do all right. Stack those on top, that's alright. We'll get on the next one.
Otto.
Come on. Hurry, hurry, hurry. All of them, or almost all. Depends on if we hit traffic. We're at 4:15 now. Just noticed there's nearly no HUD at all in this game. No, they keep it fairly minimalist. You got compass, clock, and then the various buttons and what they can do. That's about it. Everything else is in the inventory. Sort of playing into that whole thing Yu Suzuki wanted to call this fully reactive eyes entertainment, or a free game, even though it's not really free, you still have to pay for it. Somewhere online, I think somebody may have posted one of the teaser promos talking about that.
Otto.
Oh, it started raining. Wasn't expecting that. It's been a while since I checked the in-game weather report. If you ever need to know what controls are what, you can hit the pause button and it'll show you everything you need to know. Where does Goro keep his umbrella on this person? You just see him strutting around all day. And then all of a sudden it rains and boom, he's got an umbrella. I'll make a run for another one, but I don't think... Yep, that's it.
今日も終わりか。
はい、お疲れさん。ほら、今日のバイト代だ。
どうも。
あんちゃん、ノルマ達成だな。明日から50円アップしてやるよ。荷物1個につき450円だ。
50 yen per crate, not bad.
ありがとうございます。
じゃあ、またよろしくな。
For a young lad fresh out of high school, he's doing pretty good for himself. Right, we need to wait around until nightfall. of a bar.
これを。
はいはい、ありがとうございます。はいはい、くじを1回どうぞ。
Library of Video Store. More like lounge.
外れか。
残
With a
念で
conveni
した。
built in. Definitely would have been hanging out in the video store back in the day, though. Specifically the video game section.
これください。
はいはい、ありがとうございます。
The Field Tired
はい
song.
はい、くじを1回どうぞ。
外れか。
また挑戦してください。
Got Dandy Old Man already. The father. Let's get this one.
これください。
はいはい、ありがとうございます。はいはい、くじを1回どうぞ。
外れか。
また挑戦してください。
Let's see. Let's hear what the Field Tired song is like. Oh. Wait a minute. There we go. Set player. Games ING, not a fan it seems. Seems that way. That's alright though. Yeah, that's exhausting just hearing that. Sounds like the theme that they play whenever you go into Nagai Industries. Theme. Not too bad. Play around
ダーツ
darts.
1回100円。ちょっと遊んでみるか。よし。いい感じだ。やった。よし。ラストか。いい 感じだ。なくなったな。
One more time. I think we can
続け
beat
てみ
that
るか。
score.
まずかな。こんなものかな。やった。やった。ラストか。いい感じだ。トップか。なくなったな。
Nice.
やめるか。
Got to be able to beat my high score. No. Celebrate with a coffee. It'll be a long night beating up buddies. I've yet to get a winning can, though. That used to be a thing in the Dreamcast version, where you would get this special-looking can. You take it to a konbini and they let you draw a raffle ticket for free. Long night requires caffeine, indeed. Something else I picked up while I was doing a Japanese snacks run. Also got some also got some Japanese coffee. Canned coffee. UCC coffee, Kona coffee, that sort of thing. Alright, let's ride. Choice. Goodness. Oh, this slot again. Come on then. Show me what you got.
マッドエンジェルスとシウモンとはどんな関係なんだ？
知らねえ。
何？
待ってくれ。シユーモンだかなんだか知らねえが、近々中国の組織の大物が買えるらしい。
大物？
ああ、そいつを沖の母船に運ぶクルーザーを用意させられた。
そいつの名は？
知らねえ。ただ聞いた話じゃ竜の刺繍のある服を着てたそうだ。
蘭亭だ。奴はまだ港に。
Man himself.
頼む。
Must be a joke version of this where you swear if you screw up somehow you end up an afterburner. That would be interesting. Still in the harbour. To find out more about the trade. Tomorrow, though, it's been a long night. And we should be getting home. Rain stopped. Bus, not a bus. Also not a bus. Not a bus. Definitely not a bus. Also not a bus. Still not a bus. That's a bus. Buy another scroll. Tiger Storm. Wait, how we go from chasing a goon in the docks to an antique shop? Was half paying attention. Well, I came back into town.
それだけの価値はありますよ。
Took the bus back into town, so now we are.
ありがとうございます。それはテコンドーという格闘技を研究していたとある武術家が残したものですよ。
Taekwondo-based move. Interesting. Take this one too while I'm at it.
これをください。
はい、 ありがとうございます。それは飛騨の高山で仕入れたもので、中国と交流のあった道場から発見されたものです。
Chinese connection. This one's called the Mud Spider.
これをください。はい。ありがとうございます。それは、とある武術家から仕入れたものです。忍術とか言ってたので、素性の怪しいものですが。
Brawl Cyclone thinks spy crab move that combos into a shuriken. Maybe. We will have to open up these scrolls and take a look ourselves.
Harasaki.
葉月くん、ねえ、船便の旅費ってたまった？
いや、まだまだだ。
香港に行くつもりなんだっけ？
ああ。
バンクーバーと正反対か。
どんなところなんだ？
自然に囲まれたいいところよ。
そうか。
じゃあ、まだ店番あるから。
じゃあ、またな。
Yeah, Vancouver, like a lot of Canada, used to be nice, but don't know if the locals would say that now. Arm break fire mastered, okay.
投げ技みたいだな。足技みたいだな。
Sweep the leg, sweep the leg.
見たところ足技だな。強力そうな技だな。師匠の話からすると手技みたいだな。
Only two more than I need to find.
もうこんな時間か。
I'm home, it's fine. There's the arsehole. Well, that wasn't a very pleasant dream, was it? Like here.
もうこんな時間か。
Here we go again.
Good morning, everyone. Cheers! 今日も恒例のレースをやるぞ。 Some
Kasugai gummies here, chat. These are soft candied lemonade flavor.
You ready? Yosh, そろそろスタートするぞ.
It'd be funny if they were Dragon Ball Z Street Fighter moves.
Ready, go!
Maybe those would come later in Shenmue 4. Turn with second place. I do hope we'll see Shenmue 4 sometime within maybe the next year or two. That would be nice. Not too far behind. We really need to get some closure on this story. And we also need to get closure on Half-Life. Barely holding on to first place. Whoa, he is right up my trumpet. Oh dear. Hold. Yes, I'm holding. There we go. That's the way.
新入りにしてはいい腕だな。ほら、1位の商品だ。ありがとう。
Oh, great. We have a couple of
こ
those.
の調子で仕事も頑張ってくれな。今日もよろしくな、りょう。ああ。この荷物を18番倉庫に運んでくれ。マップはこれだ。ノルマはそこに書いてあるよ。分かった。今度はちょっと遠いぞ。道に迷うなよ。Don't get lost.
I know this harbour like the back of my hand. Oh, no, that's new. Oh, no, 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 no. This is the wrong way. Get out of the way, man. You think we can make quota today? I think we can. And after this, it'll only be 6 to go. It's all gravy after that. You'll be fine short of more traffic. There's the running man. Wasn't kidding about. It's been a long way to go. Alright, awesome. We'll be on. Alright, that's off. almost there. Probably going to sound the horn on our way back, though. But we will try to make it over there. Aren't you glad tomorrow's Friday, chat? It's a payday for me too, so that's even better. We may as well just wait here. There we go. Very glad, yeah. Any special plans for the weekend, chat? Oh, that reminds me. I think Saturday I've got an IRL thing, so our normal Saturday afternoon stream will probably have to be postponed until sometime in the evening. So still going to stream, but probably just going to push it back to late in the evening.
Mark, なあ、りょう。
なんだ。
お前、girlfriend はいるのか？
いや、今はそれどころじゃないよ。
でも、好きな子ぐらいいるんだろ？
Yes, her name is Nozomi Harasaki.
マーク、俺は。
りょう、お前にどんな目的があるのかは知らん。だけど、彼女の一人ぐらいいてもいいんじゃないのか？
マーク。
To have the right woman.
マーク。
たまにはデートぐらいしろよ、りょう。
マークの言ってることはわかるよ。でも、俺は大切な人を巻き込みたくないんだ。
りょう、お前。
Bro, you should just ask Nozomi out.
だいぶ仕事慣れたみたいだね。
はい。一応。
葉月くんはいつまでバイト続けるの？
決めてないですけど、そんなに長くは。
そう。
沼久保さんはいつまで続けるんですか？
僕はもうちょっとやってみようと思うんだ。みんないい人たちばかりだしね。
そうですね。
Well, yeah. And the pay is good too.
竹内さん。
おう。昨日の夜騒ぎがあったらしいな。
そうなんですか。
なんでもバイクに乗った連中が喧嘩したとかで怪我人が出たらしいぜ。
あ
あ。Man, sucks to be them, doesn't it?
用心しな。巻き込まれるかもしれないからな。
Oh no, we wouldn't want that now, would we?
村上。
なあ、葉月。お前ってさ、どんな女の子が好みだ？
いや、俺は特に。
やっぱ彼女にすんならさ、可愛くて、いじらしくて、一途な子がいいよな。
そうだな。
Oi, you keep your hands off Nozomi, she's mine.
見つかるといいな。久香さん。
りょうくん。
マッドエンジェルスの取引について。
No, she's not going to know anything about that.
りょうくん、何か変なことにか
いえ。
そう？あまり危ないこと。
ええ。取引のことですが。
ごめんなさい。それよりりょうくん。
え？
なんだか。
大丈夫ですよ。
Why are you asking her about that?
はい。
港で変わったことありますか？
あんた、葉月くんだよな。
ええ。
あんたのことを聞かれたぜ。
誰にですか？
柄の悪い奴らだったな。
そうですか。 わかりました。
So, people are asking around about me, eh?
マッドエンジェルスって。
何も知らないわよ。
はあ、そうです。すいません。ちょっといいですか。
急いで行くところがあるんで、他の警備員に尋ねてくれ。
わかりました。
Continues on leisurely stroll after saying he's in a hurry.
マッドエンジェルスの取引について知りませんか。
マッドエンジェルス？奴らの取引なんて知らないさ。
そうですか。
Looks like Sergeant Schultz. I know nothing. I see nothing.
ちょっといいかな。
なんだよ。
マッドエンジェルスの取引について知らないかな。
知るかよ、んなこと。
向こうへ行けよ。
悪いけど今時間がなくてさ。
I wonder if Gotta would know anything. Now if we could just find him. Usually making the rounds somewhere. Yeah, perhaps?
「用心しな。巻き込まれるかもしれないからな。」
はい。
Is he?
はい。
夜に怪しい人見かけませんでしたか。
あんた葉月くんだよな。
ええ。
あんたのことを聞かれたぜ。
誰にですか。
柄の悪い奴らだったな。
そうですか。ありがとうございます。
Nearly time to go back to work.
?18 番倉庫だったな。
Yes, it was number 8. There's Gotto. Oh, I frequently been strolling about during lunch. One more and we'll have met quota. Unnerving to run into two people in harbour. Like, some thugs were asking me about you. Not exactly the news that anyone wants to hear. Oh shit, Goro. Someone attacked him.
歩いてたらいきなりあの船員が
Hey, schoolboy, come on!
お前兄貴
You're having a heart attack, no?
ここまでおいで
待て
This guy again, yeah, the heartbeats guy.
聞いたか
引っかかったね
来やがったな
お前ら何を企んでる
知らねえなうわっ
Hey boy! Ow, no!
No escape forward!
Shit.
来やがったな
お前ら
Alright, try this again.
知らねえなうわっ
Hey boy! Ow, no!
No escape forward!
お前らよくもゴロを
息になるダメね
なんだと
気をつけるね今度は You だけじゃ済まないよ
何
You の family や friend がどうなっても知らないね
貴様
Now you will die. Class 8, that's quota. So Gotto's no worse for the wear. Last hour of work. I'm going to finish strong. Just enough time for this one. Another day, another dollar. How's that revenge quest going? Oh, you know, same old, same old. It do be like that, yeah. Squeeze in one more. Just one more crate. ticket? No, don't think. Yep, that's it.
今日も終わりか。
はい、お疲れさん。ほら、今日のバイト代だ。
どうも。
あんちゃん、ノルマ達成だな。明日から50
Another
円アップしてやるよ。
raise. One of those every
荷物
day.
1個につき500円だ。
500 yen per crate.
ありがとうございます。
じゃあ、またよろしくな。
はい。お疲れ様でした。
りょう、ガッツンティプス。変な情報ゲットしたよ。
変な情報？
奴らがひそひそ話してた。流殺が近づいてるって。
流殺？
多分、マッド・エンジェルスの取引のことだ。奴ら妙にピリピリしてるからな。
流殺？取引はいつなんだ
？And there's the next Longzar deal. We should probably talk with Goro.
ガロ。
あ、どうも。
お前に聞きたいことが。
今っすか？今はちょっと。
わかった。
すいません。
まだ時間があるな。この辺で話を聞いてみるか。
Let's see here.
もしもし。
父なる天。
Father Zevon, 9 dragons.
9つの竜。
母なる地。
Mother Zer, comrades.
我が友。
第8倉庫だ。
陳大臣をお願いします。
失礼ですが、そちらは？
葉月と言います。
お待ちください。何の用だ？
ああ、聞きたいことがある。陳大臣と会わせてくれ。
親父は今はいない。
ならお前でもいい。話があるんだ。
来たければ勝手に来い。
Let's see if Guizhong has anything.
おじいさん。
おう、お主か。聞いたぞ。マッドエンジェルスの奴らを追っとるそうじゃの。
More like they're after
い
me.
ろいろ事情はあるんじゃろうが、お主にもしものことがあったらどうするつもりじゃ。
でも俺は
仕方あるまい。葉月流に万一のことがあると夢見が悪いからの。一つ技を教えといてやろう。
Another one.
え？
Nagasaki.
この技は
残月という技じゃよ。避けると同時に 相手の側面に飛び込み体当たりをするんじゃ。大勢を相手にするときにいちいち防御しとったら簡単に追い詰められてしまうからの。いざという時のために覚えておくといい。
ありがとうございます。
Cross charge. Alright.
Ah, ちょっと。
すいません、陳大臣に会いたいんですが。
お名前は？
葉月と言います。
ああ、それなら伺っています。どうぞお通りください。
I don't think you can go into any of these. You can! Most other games, they couldn't be bothered to build out stuff like this. But Yu Suzuki and his team, they really went the extra mile.
Sumanai すまないな、忙しいところ。
一体何の用だ？
これを読んでほしいんだ。
巻物？それも中国語のか。虎よ、虎よ。汝は森の王にして勇者の風格をたたえん。静かなること泰山のごとし、速やかなること雷のごとし、激しきこと大地を揺さぶる地震のごとく、情けして二つの牙にて力を放ち、月山に駆け上らん。恐れ伏して向かうる者あたわず。これは可決だな。
可決？
秘伝性を保つために技の秘訣を歌に変えたものだ。実際に老子から口伝を授かった者だけが歌の真意を理解できる。
なぜ親父がこの巻物を？
わからんが、しかしそれを持っていたのなら実際に老子から口伝を受けて授かったんだろ
う。親父が
持っていて損はあるまい。いつの日かそれを書いた老子に会えるかもしれんからな。
ありがとう。邪魔したな。
Set them, huh? Oh. I guess Tom packed up and went back into town.
すいません。
なんだい？もう帰るんだ。今日は一匹こんな日も。
よ、新入り、仕事を慣れたか？バリバリ働いて、じゃんじゃん稼ぎな。
Invest what you make too, lad.
すいません。ちょっといいですか？
巡回中なんで、別の人に聞いてもらえますか？
そうですか。俺にかい？夜に 怪しい見かけたマッドエンジェルス。
あいつらだったんだ。
取引のこと知ってますか？
知らないな。
そうですか。
Guess we wander around for a bit until the cutscene gets triggered.
すいません。聞きたいことがあるんですが。
悪いですけど、よそで聞いてもらえますか？
Just realised what time it was. Going to be knocking off the night. Got a nice day off tomorrow. Don't want to spend 3/4 of it sleeping. Fair enough, action. Keep the tabs open to give you the lurkies. All right. Appreciate it, action. Have a good night.
ちょっといいですか？
巡回中なんで後にしてもらえる？
Let's see if we can leave now. Let me? Yes, it is.
マーク。
りょう、ビッグニュースだ。
え？
トニーとスミスがもうすぐ流殺だと話していた。
Oh, that again.
本当か、マーク。
多分
わかった。
Be careful, りょう。
ああ、マークもな。
No problem. 俺よりもお前のことが心配だよ、りょう。
流殺の日。どこかに手がかりはないかな。
簡単にはわからないだろうな。奴らにとってとても重要なことらしいからな。
Yes,
あいつらに直接聞くしか方法はないのか。
そうかもしれない。だが、りょう。
I mean, that always was an option, yeah.
でも、危険は覚悟の上だ。
りょう。
Two foreigners I rarely see, Tony and Smith, a part of Longzha. There we go. There's the bus. I wonder if he's got any... Nope, no new scrolls. Well, worth a try.
Harasaki.
葉月くん、
カナダにはいつ行くんだ？
まだはっきりとは。向こうの準備もあるから。でももうすぐだと思う。
そうか。
うん、時々連絡するね。
ああ。
We'd better. Best be getting home for the night. Alright, chat. Let's go ahead and save it here for the night. And I think we'd better call it a night IRL too. It's getting late for me. So on that note, we'll find someone to raid. We have who's online. Oh goodness! Raiders, welcome in! It's your first time here, I'm Lord Rexworth, I'm an English nobleman VTuber. Zoe, how was your stream? You actually caught me on my way out. Playing King Arthur Knight's Tale, fantastic. Let me see who I can... I'm on an adventure to beat up King Arthur, he owes me money. Well, glad you had a good stream. Sounds like it was fun. Just looking for someone that we can raid out to. I think I've got someone. Let's go. The ape gods want to claim me. Yeah, same here. So, we are all going to go raid May Nightshade. There's a copy pasta. And yeah, I will see all of you tomorrow for more Stardew Valley with Royal Rampage. So take care everyone, enjoy your Friday, we've made it to the weekend. I'm Lord Rexworth, wishing you all the best, and God bless.